I think we're good. Yeah, looks like it. Mic check, mic check. What's going on? Mr. Mark from YouTube, what's going on? Twitch, what's happening? I know I've been kind of absent the past couple of days. I'm pretty sure if you've been by my streams long enough, you know it's crunch time for Maxroll, getting all the guides out and making sure that we, um, well, you know, get the guys out for y'all. So it's been a ridiculously long weekend. I actually was debating on whether I was going to be streaming tonight, period. But I think I'm going to do a short stream. I'm not going to do any playing. I do got some updates to continue to do on them, guys. I think I finished I finished all of them except for one, and there's a couple of variations I need to kind of throw into the guide that I considered, but it's one of those things where it's like I want to go back and finish. So I'll be doing a lot of planning work tonight. You will not be able to see what I'm doing on the back end, so just understand that you'll see the planner open. Sometimes you'll see the mouse kind of maneuver over, and you're probably wondering what the mouse is doing and the stuff that you're not allowed to see. So just gonna put that out there. If you guys are okay with that, then yeah. Is it surprised I'm even on? Yeah, I just wanted to show my face so therefore you guys don't think I'm like, like something happened, because it's, it would have been 3 days of not streaming back to back. So I was like, all right, well, we'll say hi, and I'll try to finish some work while I'm chilling with y'all. Greetings from Germany. What's going on? Is it 12 more hours? 12 more hours we go rogue. Yeah. All right, let's see. All right. Like that is my planner. It's probably not the planner I want to showcase right now. Let's see. I guess we could work out of this one. This one's Heartseeker with Rapid Fire Heartseeker. So actually, how updated is this? Let me see some. I got like a jillion planners happening all at once right now. Let's see what we got. I don't think I did anything to it. Actually, no, wait a minute. No. Okay, let's go. Let's go to a different planner. Let's see. Pursuit was going on. I got everything kind of everywhere. Oof. Okay, not exactly what I was. There we go. All right, you guys can see that, right? Cool. All right, so we're gonna save this real quick because I'm actually not finished with this yet. So you guys are getting a sneak peek of what Flurry's probably gonna look like. I'm gonna get to Flurry in a minute, but I want to get back to Rapid Fire for a sec. Am I gonna be on tomorrow? Oh, absolutely. I do stream at the beginning of the season, so the first, usually about an 18 to 20 hour stream launch day. So I will be here, doing the thing. Okay, hold up. Trying to figure out where to put all this stuff here. See. How's my day so far? Well, oh, wait a minute. Why is that there? That's weird. All right, so I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how much time do I really want to spend on this part. Okay, so we're gonna take a previous guide or a previous part of this planner, blowing it, and so without kind of giving it, well, I guess I'm gonna have to give it away anyways. So, how's my day so far? I've been up, but like the past 2 days, I think I've gotten like maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep. um, like that's it. So yeah. Shit, I wonder if Ron. I think it's this one. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. How can you live with that? Well, there's a lot of responsibility on our end, and we just got to make sure that we can maintain and get the things out for you guys. So really not really about I guess how do you put it? Let's put the Lucian crown is here. You just got to push through. I mean, I'm not the only one. Like, there's definitely been some others on the Maxroll backend that's also had to that's also been up as late as I have. So Panda has been up for roughly around that long too as well, and he's still working. Many of us right now are actually still working on at least 1 or 2 things before we put the post out for our launch tomorrow. So let's see, Dex, dodge, armor, I guess is what I want to do here. Let's see, Dex. Yeah, I will have to do armor. Actually, speaking of which, before I even let's say this real quick. I feel like something's a little weird. Yeah, okay. That happened. Okay, I was wondering. That is weird. That's supposed to have an armor roll on those pants. I don't know why they didn't. I'm surprised no one said anything. He's like, wait a minute, why are we not captain on armor? I'm like, ah. Okay. Should be. How did I get messed up though? Let me triple check. Oh, because okay. So I put armor on the chest. That's what it is. And I forgot this. Okay. So when I did the different variation, I forgot the switch. That's what happened. All right. All right. I think we're good. Why the hat hairline ain't so great? Probably. You don't like the hat, Jim? No, you don't like the hat? I think each streamer tends to have their MO, and like the hat is kind of mine. So people love the Kango hat. I like the Kango hat. I think it looks good. So You know how Rax, rocks a hoodie. That's like his thing. There was streams with me without the hat, like earlier on, like when I first started streaming. Woody says he thinks Barrage Rogue will be the strongest build in their game. Do you know which Barrage Rogue? Like, is he talking about like the Andes Barrage or? Guess I'll probably just do it on Dex here. What does my life look like when I do that though? 29K. Basics. Dude, edge. I guess we'll keep that there. He was talking about Andes. Possibly. I don't know about strongest build in the game. Bone Spirit might have to have a word with you on that. Like tomorrow for leveling up, I'm gonna try your pin shot rogue. I don't do the pin shot rogue anymore, J Rockets. Not anymore. They're super happy about season 5, more so than the last season for some reason. I'm hoping random rails will be somewhat viable at that skill. Not really. It won't be. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be that person to he's the strongest rogue build. Okay. All I heard was he thinks Barrage Rogue was gonna be the strongest build in the game. Okay, yeah. That's what I read. All right. Strongest rogue build? Potentially. Honestly, it just depends on a lot of factors. Will the totem still be bugged? For one, like that's a real question. Also, will Victimize be fixed or not? Will trick attacks be double dipping still on precision? There's a lot of factors right now. Is damage per Dark Shroud going to be nerfed as a temper? We don't know. So there's just too many unknowns right now. So how do I think season 5 is looking? I mean, again, they've made quite a few changes that has been untested, so it's kind of difficult to kind of know what how things are going to play out. So we're going to go into season 5 playing a completely different game than what we played in PTR. So I'm looking forward to it. I think we're just gonna do this right here like that. Speed next year. Hectic, I guess. clone and go different things. Is Barrage the fastest leveling compared to the pin shot? I think all the rogue builds are really close in terms of like speed leveling, like very very close. Thank you for the build information on Maxroll. Yeah, you're welcome, man. I see you on YouTube. Is Barrage good at staggering bosses? All the rogue builds are pretty much. J Mac, what's going on with the sub? 20 months in a row. True. Excited for a new season? Mostly, yeah. I'm just trying to finish up my work. So I'm excited, but like I'm also like overwhelmed at the moment. Just trying to get the last little bits finished. If Victimize is still broken, what do you think the best build would be? The best build to push for? Oh well, absolutely. Heartseeker or Pin Shot Victimize. Yeah, like if Victimize. Oh, you mean if it's still broken? I'm sorry. If it's still broken, sorry. Rapid Fire, Barrage, and Andy's basically will be your top 3. Why does Rob have planners for season 6? Shoot, I don't know. Rob is just trying to get the jump off, man. Trying to get the views and clicks and stuff like ahead of time. I don't blame him. I mean, I don't blame him at all. It makes sense. Man, it's kind of hard to. Wrong one. Okay. I guess I can do it this way. This way it works. Okay. Anyone knows what like that? You mean that song? Like that? I love Pen Shot. Just want to see if it'd be crazy faster. But I mean, it's Rogue. It's hard to not be Quake on any core skill Rogue build for leveling unless you're playing Rapid Fire, which obviously you don't do that. Like, definitely do not do that. Okay, so we're gonna do. Actually, we can either do Weapon Master. No, Weapon Master's right there. So we'll do Malice here. And what did poison be? So for those who are probably wondering what I'm doing, because I don't think I've actually explained what I'm doing right now. So the Rapid Fire build is done, like on Maxroll. Like I'm done with that and everything. What I'm going back and doing is I was talking to like Crafty a bit, and we kind of both agree. Well, he made mention of it, and I agree with him. We don't really have any console friendly or controller friendly setups or variations per se. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So I'm trying to put together an unconditional unconditional meaning like not based on a ton of crowd controls where controllers have a harder time trying to aim and things like that. So being able to play like a build like this and still be able to perform well on a controller. So that's kind of what I'm going back and doing at the moment. So if you were confused or anything, this is, yeah. controller friendly setup is getting a mouse and keyboard, isn't it? I don't even know. Like, is that a thing on like the PS5? Can you do a mouse and keyboard on PS5? What up, parents? Ethos, what's happening, man? Do you know anything on the Chain Lightning build and if it got fixed this PTR? I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. No idea. No idea. I would assume that most of the bugs are fixed on Chain Lightning. You won't be able to like one shot a pit boss and pit 200 like you were able to do in the in PTR. I can assure you that would not be a thing. So if that's what you're referring to, yeah, that ain't happening. I have no problem on controller rapid fire. Well, I think the thing is for those trying to push, it's a different story, J Rockets. I think like if you're trying to do like higher level like hit and stuff like that, for instance, it becomes a pretty humongous problem. Like because you can't aim well at all on a controller with rapid fire. What was the song that played before it? Was it this one or the one before that? Hold on, let me go back. Is it this one? Is it your Galleon controller? This one? Okay. It's called Killing Me. By I think it's Despotim. I'll type it in chat. Yeah, let me. I think he already has a thing for this already, so I think we're just gonna end up going. I really don't even know what to put there because I can't even like do a task speed or anything on it. Remo, appreciate the sub. So what's going on? What's happening? Chain Lightning was super weak on the PTR. Was it? I swore it was Chain Lightning that was like instant giving the bosses, like I guess when it was bugged in a sense. I guess when it's not bugged, different story. Yeah, the aim assist is too strong. He said, "You're so tired." What were you up doing, or not doing, or supposed to be doing? I guess how was your day? I think that probably makes a better way to start a conversation, right? How was your day? Just watching WWE. Okay, so it's definitely self-induced tiresome, right? Is what it sounds like. Chip. Actually, can I fit that though? Can I fit that there? Chip instead of control. Can I do it? Oh, I can. Okay, so okay, this is okay. This is a pretty easy, or relatively easy swap here. The stuff. Okay. Okay, we got max health there. Don't have any health here. I got dodge. Which dodge percent am I at? 38.1. That's kind of rough. Yeah, perhaps, but yeah. I can't say it in like the Cell accent at all. I'm like awful with accents. Don't judge. It's been an unproductive day, work day due to tiredness. Yeah, I don't know how I've managed to be able to like stay up and function at all this entire weekend, considering everything that has been going on that I've had to do. So I get it. I understand. Okay, so I guess the dex kind of makes it happen here. I only need one dex here though, right? Because that puts me at 40. That allows me to get one more point here or something. All right, so I think I might be quick. I might be done with this faster than I thought I was gonna be. That's it's always a plus. Yeah, this is the what I would. So this is unconditional rapid fire, and unconditional rapid fire means basically you don't have to rely on stagger to actually deal damage, and it also is very controller friendly because you don't have to worry about having to aim your crowd controls and stuff like that. So this is what this is. So I want to make sure I have it on Maxroll for those, because I do remember last season getting people asking me, is like, why don't you guys kind of make more controller friendly setups or whatever? And I mean, can't say that they're wrong. New season should be fun. Looking forward to trying out new uniques. Devs need to give more character slots in the expansion. 20 even total would be nice. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I don't play too many classes, so I guess I'm not really affected by it. But I can imagine those who want to, especially playing the Spiritborn as well as other classes, with like an additional slot. So okay, I have an extra point and I don't know where to put it. I was trying to see if there's like an extra life somewhere that I didn't take, like an extra 2% somewhere, so I can get this to 30k life. But I'm struggling. I guess I'm pretty sure I've taken them all. There's a 5% damage here. Yeah, I mean we've pretty much optimized the hell out of this thing. So I don't even know where the extra point can be. It's just armor and all res on any of that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I honestly, it's just either potion healing or the 5% damage. That's really it. I wonder which is more important. Yeah, I don't, man. Like, I really don't know. It's so bad because it's like everything is like optimized to the absolute T, and then I got one point that I'm just gonna put randomly that I don't need. That doesn't really make any difference at all, and you're just like, no. And be mid damage. Yeah, whatever. I'll just put that point there. Whatever. I'm gonna be here forever trying to figure that out. So we'll just. All right, so we're gonna name this controller unconditional. Let's probably put season 5 underneath there so people understand that it is still season 5 stuff. S5, there we go. Yeah. Tactic. Yeah. Okay, we did it. I just gotta write the variation on that. Like actually write it up. The build is this. Oh, I think I just said it already. Do I know when the planner is on the new patch? It won't be until we can correctly data mine it on like an hour before launch. So when the patch drops, that when we can download it is when we can do that. So until then, we can't really do anything about that. I know other sites might have like newer versions, but they're doing like placeholders, and things, and that kind of causes a whole different problem. Which road build are we going with? I'm starting with Barrage. I'm leveling with Barrage. Gonna segue into rapid fire Endgame. So what are you going to run this season with Victimize still uncertain? Oh, yeah, I just said it. Yeah, leveling with Barrage, rapid fire Endgame. Most likely. Believe it or not, though, let's actually look at this real quick. Let's what's it? Yeah, let's take a look at something real quick. So if you notice, I don't know if anyone's like looked at my Heartseeker guide on Maxroll. I ended up still going Victimize, despite the fact that it's in the state that it's in, just to be nice about it. However, there is a however. I don't know if you kind of like guys have seen this yet. This is actually a rather strong setup considering that Victimize is still busted. The no witness stuff actually is a really nice damage buff boost. And Fist of Fate, I was questioning about slotting this glove, but being able to proc Victimize 100% of the time, despite the fact that it is pretty shitty damage, is better than not having any AoE at all. So like that actually helps. Eventually in the future, though, I'm actually thinking about not going vulnerable damage on the weapon here, or the ring or the amulet. I'm actually thinking about going damage per dark shroud to make the because a flat damage actually works with Victimize too. It's one of the few things that does. So if flat damage works with Victimize, and damage per dark shroud will end up making the Heartseeker hit quite a bit stronger because it's so much of, you get so much of that damage. Then you'll be able to still get, you know, some Victimized value or decent Victimized proc value while making your hungry Heartseeker arrow actually hit even harder. So I'm actually pretty happy with this setup, and it might be slightly better than B tier, possibly low A tier, even with the Victimized bug being the way it is. So look out for that, because this might be a sleeper, considering the issues surrounding it. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hope you're doing good. I'm doing all right. I'm like dead tired right now. I got like, I need, I'm gonna be up for like at least another 5.5 hours at the minimum. To finish up stuff. So I won't be streaming that entire time, but like I'll be up finishing up the, especially the Flurry stuff. So I'm gonna get rid of some of these tabs, man. I got like a jillion tabs on like different things too. So let's do that real quick. What do you think about Barrage versus Rapid Fire in Endgame? They're very close. They're super close. I think Rapid Fire is like a tad better, just because it's just it. It actually really just depends on the totem. Actually, depends on whether the totem is bugged or not. But like Rapid Fire in general, I think is just slightly better. Talking about like a smidge. So I think if you like one over the other, you're not going to be unhappy with your choice. I wonder if I should finish Flurry on stream. Do I give away my secrets of what I'm doing before I actually finish writing it up on Maxroll? What Uber should you craft first if you're playing Rapid Fire? There's really, well, if you're looking at the guide on Maxroll, Tireless Might is really the only one you really need. You can go Starless, guys. I did mention on the site that it's hard to recommend it because you're losing cold imbue charges, and once you're pretty optimized, which by that time you should be, if you can Starless, guys, you should be more optimized, I guess. Then you'll gain damage for sure, but you will end up losing damage on the back end because you'll be firing Rapid Fire without cold imbues, because you're losing cold imbue charges. So the only way you can get it is on an amulet. So like it's hard to recommend because you're because you're losing the cold imbue charges. So you do more damage in the front end, but then less damage in the back end, and you end up almost just kind of canceling yourself out. And then you also got the whole idea of like having to upkeep Starless guys too as well. Not everybody likes to do that, and on Rapid Fire it's hard to do. And then let's say on Barrage, So there's quite a few issues with it. Woody Joe also absolutely agrees with that statement too as well. He feels very similar about it as I do. That's why like the mythic version is only just one unique.
We just got raided, son.
What up, Echohack?
You know how we do.
I had to find my glasses real quick.
For these new viewers.
There you go.
Sheezy out.
What's up, man?
Echohack raided my stream with 22 viewers.
He's at Pinshot all the way. Pinshot's good. What up, Echohack? I am just chilling at the moment. Kind of I don't really know what I'm really doing, to be honest with you. Like I'm updating guides. I'm updating some variation in the planners and doing some more work with Flurry as well. I might work out the back end, but obviously not show it on the. Just keep the planner open while I silently in secret work on the back end. Just because like I've been on the back end so long without any sort of social, like socializing, I guess, without any, I kind of just wanted to stream and say hi to people before tomorrow. Big Barrage Andy Beast Puncture Andy, yes. Well, min-maxed, yes. Like if you have everything that everything the guy tells you to, then yes, for sure. Woody said the same thing as you're gonna get the chess piece. Yeah, good. Definitely go for the chess piece. It's just so broken. New annoys people calling them mystics. No comment. Man. Is that LOL? I will go with Shaco because I like the cooldown reduction. Shaco's good. It's just on the rogue. There's just so many good. There's two good choices. You got Kyle and you got Crown. And a lot of rogue builds don't necessarily really need the cooldown reduction, so Shaco kind of falls along the wayside. There are some variations and things. Well, I'll talk about that later. I'm not ready to share that quite yet, just because I need to make sure some stuff works when the launch happens. That you can go with cooldown reduction that can kind of make some that you can do some cool things with. But they won't be on any S tier builds per se. I'll put it that way. Shaco's just not the slide on every rogue build like it used to be, except for Andy's builds, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I think it's the first season where I'm actively not trying to chase a Shaco, which is, I think it's a W. What's going on? Appreciate the follows, y'all. Trying to, let's see. Let me see what this is. All these tabs I kind of need to get rid of. All right. So I think I'm mostly done here for Flurry here. There's some interesting developments I actually would like to try, but I'm gonna hold off until, well, if I find out if some things are bugged or not. So like I kind of want to go Scoundrel's Leathers here with this, but there's a couple of unknowns right now, and I'm just gonna wait. I think Flurry's got like quite a few different really cool things you can do with it. This season, none of them which puts them in like S tier category. But there's so many different approaches you can take that I've saved Flurry for last because I struggled with like trying to figure out which route I want to take because there are so many different ones. And so like I thought to myself, how do I make the most fun version? Or the version that would be the least clunky, most fun. Bugs in the Blizzard game. I know, right? I mean, realistically speaking, that's how you determine what works in the season, right? Like what builds work in the season is based off of which bugs are present or not, and that's kind of it. There's so much I'm gonna have to update in like 5 days. We're there on day one. Where they like the build guide writers are there on day one. I guarantee you, like so I'll put it this way, when the season launches, right? 4 to 5 hours into the season, while we are still playing and like some of us might have just gotten up to 100, we're gonna get DMs and messages on Maxroll. Why isn't your build guide updated? This doesn't work. Like, guarantee you a jillion messages that are gonna happen. It's like, bro, like I'm still streaming, trying to figure out what still does work and what doesn't work, and we will update it when we figure it all out at one time, right? But it was like that in season 4. Like it was so bad that like I almost couldn't stream the second day because I was getting so many DMs, especially on the road. Considering that like I just happened to be responsible for the more popular builds that I didn't know it was going to be more popular at the time. But it just happened to be that way because bugs, so you never know. And like, oh man, and so I just like, you know what, I won't make a video tonight like I wanted to. I'll just go and just get ahead and just make the changes now before I get like you know before I'm put on like the guillotine. Did they update the Maxroll build planner? Not yet. We kind of can't do it accurately until the patch drops, so like an hour before the season launches. I know that's not ideal, and trust me, we don't like it either. Like we feel exactly the same way. We're wanting all the stuff right now too, so trust me, we get it. We just the way that our systems work, which is very high quality, but comes at a cost. I'll put it that way. Oh, whoops. Did my thing just go out? Can you guys see? Sorry, Rainbow Maxroll. Sorry, I'm just not seeing your message. My fault. Jimin, what's going on? Are season 5 in-game builds very dependent on the new mythic uniques? If so, I'd rather start Necro, build the Farmer, Splendid Sparks, Bastards instead of Barber Road, but they made the mythics easier to drop as well, right? It depends on the build. I can't tell you that every build is going to be that way. Like for instance, on Rapid Fire, your best bet is probably just going for Tireless Might. So like Barrage, you do want Tireless Might and Tireless, but for a different reason. It just depends. It depends on the build. Did they remove the resource cost reduction from Crown Helm? No, they did not. So what build do I think I'm going to be going with for the new season? I'm going to start with Barrage and then do in-game Rapid Fire. Black in YouTube. What's going on? I mean, if you're using like Blizzard's official API or something, it makes sense. Well, I mean, we don't. Blizzard doesn't give out their API, so you know. Endgame rapid fire on Endgame Barrage. I mean, it's kind of early to tell. They're very, very close. I predict rapid fire being like slightly better than Barrage. Slightly better. But like, I mean, you're talking about like splitting hairs. So, Gabo, you pick whatever build you like better. that is the play. You'll be in Chronic's chat fielding his questions for sure. Yeah, they don't. No, they don't. They might be it might be something that they'll do for the expansion, but they definitely did not give us any APIs to be able to do what we need to do. So that's why our jobs has been quite difficult to well do. That's probably the best way I could say it, right? Oh, you guys can't see that, can you? If I do that, no, you can't. Okay, I'm at to go full screen on it then. Crap. All right, this is gonna be difficult to do then. I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen, guys. We'll make it happen. Although, for everybody in the chat, who's a '90s kid in here? Who's a '90s kid? This song. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there. Whoop, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Is it barrage combo point or inner sight? You can do a barrage inner sight with precision. It's not gonna be better than combo points though. If you want to do like a barrage inner quote unquote inner sight build, then it's better that you go Andes, because that's the better version of spamming barrage by far. 1989 here, 1990 yeah. It feels old. Y'all making me feel old. I'm wondering, am I the Itoka? I don't know. Am I one of the oldest people in Maxroll? Like in the Maxroll D4 branch? Like I'm 39. I don't think I don't know who else is there. Maybe Boiler? Snail, maybe Boiler Snail. I don't know. Rax is like a year and a half younger than I am. Woody's, I thought Woody was like in his early like 40s or something. I don't know why I thought that. Don't. Apparently they said that he's like in his 30s, like early 30s or whatever. Like wow, Dox is a turtle. Yeah, but I think most people on Maxroll, the D4 team is like in the like early mid 30s maybe. I don't look 39. I think well, imagine so this is with the scruffy beard, like the scruffy like goatee, which makes me look older than I normally look. Wait till like I actually shave this a little bit, like shape this up a little bit, and then like I swear like I have problems just like I still get carded now even with the scruffy beard, but like I like they do double takes whenever I'm like at a restaurant. Like I order a drink and I actually like clean shaven. Check me out tomorrow because I'll probably be clean shaven tomorrow because I'll probably start doing videos and I'm gonna try to get rid of some of the scruff or whatever because it looks kind of bad. You do not look 39, you look 59. You're 46 and your beard is almost entirely gray. So Barrage said you look like you're in the mid-20s. Rainbow said, "No, I'm 23. I thought you were around my age for sure." So you're like my mom. She's 50, and everyone thinks she's in her 20s. And ask me who my sister is. How do you feel about that? Like, is that like a good thing? Like, do you think that that's a cool thing, or are you annoyed by that usually? Or I'm sure that's good for her, right? I'm sure your mom, loves that. But like, how do you feel about that? But does she docs like clean shaven? Bro, I look like I'm in high school. If I clean shave everything, I can totally like pass for being in high school. Like junior, senior year. The hell do you keep your teeth so white? I'm so jealous. I honestly I have no idea. I promise you, I don't do anything special. I will say this though. I don't know that this is absolutely copium, right? But I mean, I for whatever strange reason, I like the Listerine toothpaste, and it's hard. It's hard to find in stores anymore. But like whatever it is, I just like the aftertaste, like what it feels like or tastes like after over time or whatever like that. It doesn't suck to drink something or eat something like right, like 4 or 5 minutes after you use that toothpaste, like most toothpastes and but it's nothing special. Like it doesn't have all these crazy claims, right? Like it's it doesn't like fight cancer. It doesn't like it doesn't give you Bluetooth access. It doesn't make you coffee. It doesn't do any of that for you. It doesn't charge your EV. So like it's just plain toothpaste, and it just gets the job done. And I'm like, cool. So I don't know. The Big Al, appreciate the follow. I'm hoping to get the jeans as I age. It's not that bad, honestly. Well, at least password reset don't work. Love the name, by the way. At least you have something to look forward to, though, right? Like you're going into it, right? And like it's like, well, this is what my mom looked like, then hopefully I should be looking like this when I get her age. So so honestly it just sounds like you have something to look forward to later on. Listerine toothpaste, I thought just well, I mean, they're known for mouthwash, but they also have their own toothpaste. But it's I like it. Okay. What I do have to do though is so I have to clone this. Well, first I have to name this S5 Flurry with Mythic Uniques. Boom. Now we'll on it. So I gotta make a version without Mythic Uniques. And on Flurry, that is hard. Or the preparation Flurry that I'm doing right now, that is hard. All right. Well, let's get to work. What do we got to do here? Question is, do I want to have fun and do the shroud? Because that'd be easy. Because I think getting a shroud would be easier than trying to get a chest with dark shroud on it. Believe it or not, because you could target farm this. So if we're talking about early game, then this probably makes more sense. It also has shadow resist on it too as well, so that also helps with capping resistances early, since you're not gonna have Material Smite early. You down with OPP? You down with OPP? Every last Friday. What vid am I starting? Barrage at the start. I go Barrage first every season, and then I either segue into Rapid Fire or something else. Usually Rapid Fire. Usually that's my go-to. Okay, so we're gonna go Cal the Nameless because we can't afford to go Crown because we just can't afford it. Not this early because we won't have Starless either. So we're gonna have to be just here. Let's put the GA here. Yo, all the old school jams are playing right now. Poison. Yo, also, by the way, did anyone else notice, as you got older, you start to realize what this song was really about? Like when you was a kid, or let's say if you were a kid when this came out, right? Like you didn't really realize what the song was really about. Like you was just dancing to it, kind of thing, and you were just singing the lyrics, having no idea what was going on. And then you got older, and you just like, damn, I feel that. Like, cause then you listen to the lyrics, like, man, that yeah, I feel that. That's what the song was really about. Oh man. How long until season starts? In about 11 and a half hours. So before we get Tyrios, can we use Shroud to fill it in? Well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to make happen now. The answer is yes. Never trust a big button to smile, guys. Sound advice. I'm telling you. I think I'm still addicted to Rapid Fire. I plan to try the newest Shroud aspect. I have a good feeling about it. I don't know if I would use it in Rapid Fire. But it's fun. I think it's fun. Flurry still temper freeze and use frostbitten on boost for frigid. I mean, it depends. I'm not gonna answer. I'm not gonna 100% answer that yet because I haven't completely finished this yet. So I don't have a concrete answer of that specific thing. Like, will it have frostbitten? Chances are no, because there's a lot of other stuff you kind of want instead. But I don't know. So is Victimize fixed for season 5 and PTR was bugged? Well, we don't know. We don't know. That's why I put in the Heartseeker guide itself as a disclaimer that is currently it was currently bugged in the PTR. We don't know if it's fixed because we don't know it because they didn't mention it in the patch notes, like the bug fixes or whatever. So I'm afraid it's not. So I'm just assuming it's not going to be fixed, at least not at launch. But yeah. The info on the new sword and where to get it. Now, when you say new info for the new sword, what do you mean? Like, do we know what it is? You mean like this sword here? There's a whole patch notes that Blizzard put out, like a ginormous patch notes. Do ! Patch. Is that target farmable? Yeah, all uniques are target farmable, basically, in some way. who drops the new uniques. Actually, I am not 100% sure. I'm thinking Infernal Horde unlocks quite a few new uniques. I haven't like gone back and looked to see exactly where they're located. I think we might have it updated on Maxroll. Itoka might know because I know she's doing a lot of. Well, yeah, Itoka might know. Dreadsight might know. I haven't like looked at those posts or anything. Also, starting with pin shot to level. I think any rogue build a level is fine. I think whatever one that you find the most fun playing is the one that you should go for to level, because leveling is so easy and quick, and rogues are a fast class by nature that you should just totally level with whatever you want. Yeah, so Scoof. So the thing is that they fixed the double dipping from season 4. And then they buffed it by 50%. But then they rebugged it back to season 3's value. I know it's not like the easiest thing to kind of like comprehend, because if you didn't know it was bugged before season 4, then you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. So it's back to the old version of Victimize where most multipliers just didn't work. So that's the version that somehow made it into PTR, which is why people were saying, Victimize is dead. So, that's kind of thing. So we don't know. So that fix happened technically, but then they rebugged it to a previous value of Victimize where it was bad and a lot of things didn't work. And then they did not post a bug fix for that problem on any of the recent patch notes. So we don't know if that problem is fixed. We know that the double dipping is fixed. We know that they gave it 50% more damage, but we don't know if the anti-dipping stuff, which means stuff that don't dip at all, and which is bugged, and the other way is fixed again. Does the patch notes mean to fix the bug version of PTR? No, it does not mean that. So Scoof, when you read the patch notes, the stuff in red means the most updated parts of the patch notes. If it's written in white, then that's the stuff that went into the PTR. What got fixed from the PTR is written in red. So when you read the Victimize thing, like the Victimize thing that you quoted, that was written in white, because that's what went into the PTR. What was fixed from the PTR is written in red. That's how you know whether something got fixed or not, like from the PTR. Does that make sense? I know, like, I'm not trying to confuse anyone, but that's probably the. Okay, so we're not gonna have early on. We're not gonna have Starless. So we need to actually clone this, and then go with this. Okay, so maybe not necessarily clone that. Actually, let's clone the clone. How about that? There we go. Fixed. Cool. Baller. All right. How do I give you guys enough resources? The barrier still thing will still be a thing, so we can keep that. But I wonder if I should go more resource heavy here. This Interquam. I forgot about that. Do I play with 2 imbuments on what build? What do you think would be the fastest way to get to 100? Probably the same way we did it before. I don't think much changes here. Poor Victimize with this bad bug. Yes, unfortunately. I enjoyed Season 4 Andarios. Flurry roll you made, first rogue build. I tried, love it. Plan on doing it again once I get Andarios. So I gave that build guide away. Just because I didn't have, like, given how many build guides I'm responsible for, like, I'm like, I don't know if I have time to update that one too. So Mippy is doing that one now, which obviously you can totally trust Mippy. He's fantastic at what he does too. But now Andarios is going to be Barrage related, which is going to be better than like the puncture variation that it used to be. They're going to go in Andarios Rogue. How is it getting used to the mechanics? It's pretty easy to play. I would say getting all the stuff you need to maximize it is going to be hard. That's going to be hard. But playing it isn't difficult at all. Okay, so I mean, so this is the non-Uber unique setup here. I have to go Cowl instead of the Crown here. Which Cowl's actually more damage, but Crown makes more sense for Flurry because Flurry struggles on bosses usually. And we need as much unconditional damage as we possibly can to not screw ourselves over on bosses. Which is why Crown makes more sense on Flurry. Okay, so I think this is just I think this would be the main variation because this will have to be without the mythic items. Okay. And name it S5 Flurry. And we hit save.
Yo, Dark Side.
Orby with the
We just
raid.
got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new
Y'all
viewers.
know how we do.
Sheezy out.
What is up?
Draw raided my stream with 13 views.
What is happening? Appreciate the raid. So excited for tomorrow. I am. I'm just like super tired. I spent all weekend updating Maxroll guides, and I'm still working on some things now. So I am like exhausted. But I think once I actually do get to bed at some point in about 7 hours from now, I think I'll be all right. Better get some rest. Not until I finish. But yes, the idea is to eventually get there. Would I rather watch Deadpool and Rumor? Not yet. I wanted to last week. I haven't had the time. We're up and going in a little over 7 hours. Oh, you're gonna start your stream about 3 or 4 hours before launch. I don't ever really start my stream that early, just because I know like all the super big names are gonna already be streaming by the time that I choose to stream. So it's just kind of like I might as well just get the rest and then like start my stream like maybe an hour before. Because I mean, realistically speaking, until those guys go to bed, like I'm like a distant thought for most for most people, which is fine. I totally get it. I understand. It's not until like day 2 or day 3 when, you know, those guys actually go to sleep and my stream time is kind of like, oh, well, That person asleep. That person asleep. That person finally fell asleep after 48 hours. Rob is still going for some strange reason. It's 56 hours, and Rob is still going, but we all know that that's Rob and that's his MO. And he's like, "Yo, Darkseid's on. I'm gonna, let me see what he's doing." right. That's literally how it goes. Like I think was it North Face? Appreciate the follow. I went from like what is it? Our average like maybe 70, 60 viewers, 60, 70 viewers, right? For like the first 18 hours of my stream for launch. And then like day 3, when people go to sleep, I jump to like 300, 400. And it's like ridiculous. At the start, like day 3 or day 4 of the other season. And that's every season. That happened to me even in Diablo 3. It just is what it is. And I'm just like, well, where'd y'all come from? And it's like, well, Rax went to sleep. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, well, welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. That kind of thing. One day though, one day that could be us, right? One day. Do people just like watching streamers sleep? Depends on who it is. Depends on the streamer. Sometimes I guess if a streamer's been streaming for a while, you've been watching that streamer for a bit. Some people kind of develop like parasocial relationships, I guess you could say. So like there's a calm soothing about being there while they're there because you just want to support the stream even though they're not actively doing anything. So like that actually really is a thing. I'm not like joking. Like that literally is a thing. That's why you see people sometimes, like you'll see people chatting, like talking in the stream, knowing that the streamer is asleep. There's other people who are also kind of chilling there, just want to be like, well, I want to be active because I'm going to be supportive and whatnot. And like, that's fine. Like there's that particular part of it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? That's the other part though, obviously having like a real connection, that's a different story. But obviously that's not the part of the thing I was talking about. But just the idea of like there's some form of comfort. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm indicating. 1 to 100, I think I can do in about 7 to 8 hours. Yeah. It always takes me like a couple of hours longer than it should because I'm legit. Was it that Family Guy episode or is it American Dad? I can't remember. It's like when I level, it's always like, ooh, piece of candy. It's like, oh, piece of candy. It's like, ooh, piece of candy. It's like, ooh, piece of candy. And then 2 hours later, ooh, piece of candy. And I'm like, damn it. I should have just been doing Nightmare Dungeons. I get distracted way too easily. Like if I was like in a contest or race, I can manage. But if I'm just leveling to 100 and I'm gonna try to do it fast, I'm gonna be distracted like hell, like so bad. Okay, so clone, because now I have to make a leveling to 100 version. So no masterwork, no GAs for that version. So clone, no masterwork, no GA. On no masterwork, no GAs, on no masterwork, yay, on no masterwork, yay. So we did that there. He said, nah, bro, I'm tuning into my stream. Well, I appreciate it. I do have a few people that actually do that likes chilling here. Probably mainly because of the playlist. I mean,
Shut
I'd be here.
up and take my
I'd
money.
be here because of the playlist too.
Or
honestly.
Belidro cheered X 200.
Appreciate the cheer. Appreciate the biddies. You got to get going. Had a super late start to getting the night down with the tropical storm. Wow. Okay. On a tropical storm, I'm assuming like Texas area or Florida area, one of those two. Louisiana, South GA. Okay. Okay. Fair. Well, stay safe. Appreciate the raid. You have a good one, and good luck on the season start. Rainbow, you said, do I play hardcore? I'd love to. I don't because my connection is kind of shoddy. So that kind of prevents me from wanting to give it a true try. Funny thing is that I used to back D3 vanilla, back when I had Time Warner cable before it became Spectrum, which kind of shows you what that means when I think Time Warner was actually good. But it was more consistent than what I have currently now, and I can't really change providers. I got fiber now, so fiber like it's really good in the new place I'm at, but it's still the same shitty company, and it's been a hit or a miss. Vanilla was going on. Okay, so this needs to be named S5 Flurry to 100. I wonder if I'm gonna keep. Well, I guess I don't want to keep the starter. I'm gonna have to really rearrange the starter. I have to really take the starter. Take this starter. Cause all my money spent. But that's okay. I'm still fine. Got a quarter tank of gas. But that's alright, cause I'm gonna fly. Oh, gonna ride. Got everything in my mama's name. That I'm her rich. The lyrics are so stupid to this song, but it's so catchy. Okay, let's see. So we got starter. What does starter look like? You know, I guess I could leave the starter the way it is. It's really not that bad. I definitely need to change the skills out. Need to change the skills out. So I'll need to close this. All right, let's just take the skills from here and just copy paste. There we go. Okay, yeah. I'll just kind of do it this way because like no one's really gonna stay at. Or start like at the starter stuff. No one's gonna really no one honestly really cares about. It's just coming from like the early leveling. Generally speaking, you kind of look at the leveling to type ordeal, but you do look for like the aspects though, especially damage per dark shroud active. Yeah, well, I mean, it's better than crowd control damage, especially. In fact, actually, if the old values from the PTR stays remotely the same, damage per dark damage per dark shroud is actually technically stronger than crit damage is for precision builds. That is if the old values remain the way that they are. I highly doubt it's going to be that way, but who knows? I got you all in check. Let's see, Flurry. Everything else is just getting some free damage, honestly. That's kind of all we're trying to do, just to get you going. That's literally all this is for. That's kind of really it. I don't think I need to do too much or spend too much time on this part. Probably need to not do a crossbow though. I do want to at least keep it consistent and do bow. So dex, crit damage, life, flurry. Dex, crit, life. Actually wonder if I can even go preparation here. I think I might have to go inner sight at the start just to make sure people have enough energy to actually like deal. Rudy said for rapid fire Umber Crux is the move. Umber Crux is the move because we still think it's bugged and broken. That's why. If that is fixed, like if they actually fixed it or stealth fixed it at the start of the season launch, then we're not using that on rapid fire. You use it on Barrage still, but you will not do it on rapid fire. Like Barrage and Flurry will still use it because they're just not as great single targets, so they kind of need that. But rapid fire won't need that. So it just all depends on whether it's still bugged or not. that's the question. Heartseeker is good this season. It is. Donovan was going on how much of that stuff, like if the Dark Shroud changes the way it works or not, can y'all see when you dead on the files or up to the game testing? We might know like an hour before the patch. Sorry, an hour before the season starts, because they will let us pre-download the patch an hour and a half, or an hour early. So we'll know if people data mined it from the patch from the download. But before then, no. I was wondering about Umber Crust. It seems like Victimize with extra steps. That's actually a very interesting way of putting it. And you're not necessarily wrong. Yeah, Woody starting sword. Woody doesn't always start rogue. There was one season he started barb, I think. He raced as barb, and then he went back to play rogue. But he doesn't always start rogue. He did say he was thinking about doing sword, so would not be surprised if that ends up being the case. 600. Okay. All right, so I think we're pretty much set now with all the progression planners now. I think it's 5 Flurry, starter. Although I guess I don't know, should I really bother with death traps so early though? Since I'll have to go inner sight. I guess I just don't really want to change the skills, confuse people. What is needed? I'll put it that way this early. I guess inner sight would be fine. I think that'll make it. Let's do energy. 2 per second. Okay, that's silly. Let's do dex though. Some damage though. Cooldown reduction, not really necessary. What about dex? And maybe let's do resource. 5%. I guess it's better than nothing. Because I could do them on the daggers too. Nah, we'll just leave it as is. Because I mean, we got inner sight. It should be fine. Probably get out of this pretty quickly. All right. Hey, I think this is it. Except for that, we definitely need to change that. I guess we can go elements. It's just to stick something here. I have 9% too much more crit chance. We're we're at a chance. A new challenge that I play season 5 left-handed only. Rainboys, thank you, bud. Enjoy the stream. Gotta go now. I'm gonna follow your builds. Barrage all the way, probably checking later. Hope everyone who follows your build starts watching you. You'd be in the toss for sure. Thanks for all the hard work. Thanks for the positive message there. I appreciate that. Why Rapid and Hectic with no basic skills in the bar unless I'm missing something? You're not missing anything. I legit forgot. Because like normally this would be combo points. So I changed it to inner sight in the starter of like that as a starter setup. So I just totally forgot that that's not the case. Very good catch there though. So here we could go accelerating then. Let me clone for some. There we go. Then we can probably do inner sight for the other one, right? Well, you said Hectic is here? Yeah. we'll do that since that's gonna go there at some point anyway. Also, might shouldn't be there either. You know, disobedience would be actually kind of nice early on. I would say Juggernaut, but you kind of want your evid. Although Juggernaut shouldn't be, Juggernaut shouldn't be too hard to find. Yeah, that'd be fine. Mr. Mark with the follow also on Twitch. Yeah, 429% crit. I see what you did. I see what you did there. You said is Spectrum in your area in Texas also is hit or miss. I would still prefer Spectrum over what I got. Sadly. But Spectrum hasn't came to my area yet, so I don't know if it's just a yet type thing or if they're ever going to. That's the real question. All right, so I guess we got all the planners kind of put together. I don't know if I want to keep the physical Flurry combo points though. Because technically speaking, this is still very strong. Very, very strong in terms of a Flurry type setup. I guess I might still hold on to it, at least the planner. I'm not gonna put it on Maxroll, but if someone's looking for, whoever that individual might be, looking for a combo point, Flurry can have that thing. Am I gonna participate in the PvP tournaments at the end of the season? No, I'm not. I usually don't. I'm not. I like watching. I like the fact that it's like a grassroots campaign type ordeal that they do. So I'm a fan of what they do and how they, how they get together and like run it and like have the rules and stuff like that on their own without Blizzard's help or anything. I think that's super cool, but I don't think I would ever like see myself participating in it itself. Like I think for me, if I want some sort of PvP in some way, shape, or form, I'm gonna want to do it like in a different game. If I'm gonna PvP, it's gonna be in a different game. Diablo is really just not that. It isn't really set up as that well for it. I'll put it that way. Mr. Mark with the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Don't you normally watch on YouTube? I mean, I appreciate you, but don't you normally watch on YouTube? But thank you, sir. I really enjoyed your Heartseeker guide last season. Looking to trying a rapid fire guide. Rapid fire should be pretty fun. It feels better. It felt better in the PTR than it did with the changes. So I will be doing it myself. What else is there? Heartseeker, believe it or not, I know we have it in B tier right now. It's not that I'll put it this way. I'm probably eventually the reason why I kept vulnerable damage in the Heartseeker guide right now is because I'm not quite sure like how much of a hit damage per Dark Shroud is gonna get. But if it remains, like if it stays at the value that it did in PTR, yeah, I'm legit changing the bow, like on the bow, ring, and the amulet is gonna be damage per Dark Shroud. Because then that also affects Victimize because it's flat damage. And then it also puts, it makes your Heartseeker hit considerably harder because it directly affects Heartseeker versus vulnerable. It's just like, well, it's decent, but damage per Dark Shroud is like 5 times the like the amount of additive damage. It's still additive damage, but it's 5 times the amount of additive damage. So like that's good. I'll put it that way. So I can possibly see something like this. Even the broken Victimize not working correctly or whatever. I could still see that being like possibly like low A tier, somewhere around that range. A tier ish, low A tier. So good enough to consider as like a actual build versus like a, oh, I'm just gonna do it for fun type thing. And if Victimize is fixed, then Heartseeker is like it's like one of the best builds in the game. But you know, still, you know, to be determined. So we need to rename this too as well. Season 5. We'll call it CP Flurry. Bottom. So let's order this real quick.
Yo, Dark Side.
Canadian,
We just
what's
got
going on?
raided, son. You know how we do.
Everybody raiding.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Canadian Arrow
What is
rated
up?
my
What's
stream
happening?
with 21
Rated to Kara.
views.
That's right. Yeah, I know, right? Appreciate the raid. We are just finishing up my Flurry planners for me to finish up the Flurry guide on Maxroll. It's the last guide I have to do on Maxroll. I haven't gotten around to it yet, just because. Well, I've had a lot of gas to race, so we are. So I guess I figure I'd do the planners on stream and then talk with y'all for a little bit, and then kind of get to a point where I'm just like, all right, well now it's time for me to actually work on the back end, and then I'm gonna have to leave. So, but I just want to say hi for a little bit before we start the season launch tomorrow. I will be streaming at the start. So as always, I do stream for like the first 18, 19 hours, which I know is rookie numbers for a blaster or you know, for blasting the season start. I get it. I do need to actually get some sleep though, because considering that I still have post-surgery issues. So I don't want to pull like a 26, 28 hour stream just because it's not good for you. I mean, already the 18 hour stream is not good for the body. But I think I can actually manage with some walking around, getting up quite a bit, and taking realistic breaks. But yeah, so might as well join a Twitch for those fire playlists at the start of the season. Harinko, what's happening? What about Twisting Blaze? Are they coming back? What's the reason it's not an S tier, or is there a chance it can come up at A for now? Yeah, it's probably not gonna come up past A. The precision builds are just really strong, and while damage per Dark Shroud is also very good too as well. Twisting Blaze just in general doesn't. Twisting Blaze's main problem is that it doesn't have a good temper. Like Flurry is in the same boat. Like both of them don't really have great tempers. Flurry's size is nice, but it's not more damage. It's just kind of like quality of life. But you have to understand the other skills like Pin Shot, Barrage, and Rapid Fire have tempers that actually increases their damage output, right? Whereas like Twisting Blades doesn't, Flurry doesn't. That's what holds Twisting Blades back. It doesn't make it a bad build. I mean, A tier builds are good. Like don't be like, oh, I'm not gonna play Twisting Blades because it's A and not S. Like that, I wouldn't do that. Like Twisting Blades is still strong. Just understand that rogues just have also a couple of very strong builds too. That just happens to be better than Twisting Blades. What's the bug that makes the Heartseeker build bugged? No, well, Victimize is still bugged. It's just bugged the other way, in the bad way. So until we know that that's fixed, then because like we know what the bug is. It's like season 3 and previous Victimize values, which meant that a lot of multipliers just didn't work with Victimize at all. So we went from multipliers working and some of them double dipping, giving us insane damage, to most multipliers not working at all, and we're getting, you know, kind of pretty KW damage. So yeah. But if they fix it to where it just single dips across the board, then Heartseeker will be one of the best builds in the game. No question. Problem is, we don't know if they're going to fix it. So I'm just not counting on them fixing it and it being the thing. Okay. I guess all this can stay the same because this was what I was. So Paragon board is probably all the same too. Solitaire, appreciate the follow. Yeah, Canadian Hero. What do you Canadian Hero? I don't know if I ever say that right. Are you starting? Are you streaming at the start? Appreciate the follow. Hoping there's more hero. Okay. Will do. Hoping there's more consistent way of farming mythic uniques this season. Well, apparently they buffed the drop race for them to they buffed the drop race on all the bosses to be able to get a mythic unique. And also we can farm them faster because we can respawn them, so we save time. I would assume that it will definitely be easier next season. Not like way easier, but noticeably easier to get a mythic unique. Like you'll actually probably see them drop now instead of like kind of just, you know, getting your sparks and just hoping to craft the one that you want and then, you know, leveling the season journey again and then get that last spark to craft. You know what I mean? Like, so Simic, what's going on? All right, brother, which do you think is going to be better, Rapid Fire and Dario? I don't know. I think that's very, very close. I think Rapid Fire. Booty thinks Barrage. And Andy's Barrage is going to be the strongest. I think Rapid Fire. Might be. But it's so close between Rapid Fire, Barrage, and Andy's are all so close. So like we don't know. Like at this point, honestly, it's just a guessing game as far as who's gonna take the top spot. But I think if you're thinking about what to play, like you can't go wrong with any of those three if you're looking for like a very strong build. Like you just play whatever one you want at that point. I wouldn't pick one over another because one might be able to clear half a pit higher than another. If that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how close these variations right now are. And again, there are things that we just don't know. Like, is the totem still broken? Does trick attack still still double dip? Are some of the Andes multipliers that wasn't supposed to work but does, kind of sort of thing? Is that still happening? Like they're just like they're just things we don't know. So yeah. Why is Flurry Rogue B2 even with Andy? You really wouldn't go Andy with Rogue anyway, or with Flurry anyway. Andy is just a band-aid to put in every build to make every build a little better. Yeah, you're not gonna go Andy's with Flurry. Yeah, you're not gonna do that. Like if you do Andes with Flurry, then basically you have to build Flurry to not deal any damage, just so therefore your Andarios proc can deal damage. So now you have to worry about, well, how do I proc Andarios more often? Well, Flurry's life, lucky hit chances not as good as some of the other builds. So you have to think, okay, well, why would I want to make a worse version of Andes? By using Flurry when I can just do it with Barrage, or I can do it with Puncture, or I can do it with even Twisting Blaze. Even I don't recommend that there either, but you can technically. I like to see them add more stuff for PvP personally, like solo matchmaking or clan matchmaking. I think Blizzard wants to stay away from that, because I don't think they really want to try to balance for PvP. They have, as you could tell, they have an issue balancing for PvE, like the actual game. They struggle balancing and fixing bugs and keeping bugs out of the game. You think they can really balance PvP at the moment? Nah. I mean, it's a wish list per se. Don't get me wrong. I think it's something down the line they might want to consider, but that's a far down the line thing if they're having this much problems with PvE and the amount of bugs that occur every patch. Which should be stronger, Rogue or Necro? Probably Rogue. I think Necro has one really, really good build. We don't know how strong that one really, really good build is going to be for Necro. It possibly can be stronger than any of the Rogue builds combined. I was like combined, but like any of the Rogue builds in general. But as a class, like as a whole class, like as many, like many strong builds, Rogues is considerably better than Necro in that case. Yeah, all theory crafting doesn't mean anything until we stress test them. Yeah, pretty much. That's true. I mean, we do our best to try to put it out there. Like we try to put it out there and go, okay, we think this is how this is gonna work out, but reality is that we just don't know. And a lot of it really is, will it be bugged? That's usually what we're waiting on. Let's see, what else is there? Don't really need a resource here, so we can go. So yeah, we're done with the comma point Flurry thing that will not be in the guide. It'll just be in my planner for anyone who wants to try hard, I guess. Be a try hard. Would there be any reason to pursue the Immortal Rogue in Season 5? No. Nope. No reason. You think it's easier to farm Spark in Season 5 than it was in Season 4? I wouldn't say it's easier, but I do say that because there's more power creep, we're stronger than we are now and than we were in Season 4. I think getting the Sparks will be easier because we're stronger. So I guess by definition, yeah. Can I explain the mechanics of the new dagger? I have not seen in action. It seems to be in a lot of builds. Basically, it's a totem that if you hit the totem, it replicates a percentage of your damage when you hit the totem as an AoE. So the good thing about the totem is that it's unconditional damage that the totem replicates, which makes it good on bosses, because bosses usually have a tough time killing bosses because you don't really deal much damage to them unless they're staggered. That's the issue. So the totem generally just doesn't really do crowd control damage when you hit the totem, and it does damage. So that's why totems are usually is good for that particular purpose. There's also another bug where if you stack it, if you hit it enough times, if you hit it enough times per second, you can bug it out and make it give you 100% of your damage versus 20% of your damage, giving you essentially a 2x multiplier. We don't know if that's fixed from PTR. They didn't mention it in the patch notes, so we just assume it's going to work. It's egregiously bugged, and if it stays that way, obviously, then totem is best in slot by far. Obviously, I'm preparing for it to get nerfed, obviously, or get fixed, or it might be fixed at the launch. We just don't know. But I'm preparing to swap it out when they do fix it. Surprise Paragon buffs or nerfs are what I'm waiting on anyways. They're probably going to do tempering buff and nerfs, because they never tell us what they're going to do. They never tell us what they're going to change in that aspect for season 5, like ever. They never tell us. Totem does not work with dots, no. Not in that way, no, it does not. Not in the like, it works for ground dots. I'll put it that way. So like if you put a dot on the ground, it'll keep ticking every half second roughly, but it doesn't work with, like, you can't poison it and then it ticks by itself. That can't happen. Excited to make Andy rogue. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of cool. Especially like the Barrage Andy thing. I think that's gonna be quite cool. I think it's gonna be hard to gear for. Like, it's gonna be hard to gear for it to perform well, put it that way. But once you do, it's gonna be absolutely insane. I can't believe they didn't change the cross-class tempering barb needing rogue. They didn't give barb crit damage tempering at all. Still, what changed for Andy to work better on Barrage? Fist of Fate. That's what. Fist of Fate has ridiculous amount of lucky hit chance. So now since you can stack an unbelievable amount of crit chance, lucky hit chance, then you just take a skill that just hits more often. Because now you basically can almost get Andy's to proc almost every time on on a skill that is a multi-hit skill. So it's like, if it wasn't for Fist of Fate, then you would still go Puncture. But because Fist of Fate is now a thing with the absolutely crazy amount of lucky hit chance it has on it, that just makes Barrage better, because Barrage just can hit more often than Puncture can. That's why. And since you don't care about the damage, you just want to hit as many times as you can, then Barrage makes sense. By far. That they did? Yeah, so Nirazuri, yeah. So you can crit. Sorry, you can use crit tempers on barb without rogue. So you play what you like. You torn between rogue and sword. I'd probably go sword. Like, I guess it depends on what you're playing. I'm a rogue player, so I'm gonna go rogue, no question. But I think Sork has probably some of the more interesting setups per se. Rogue has strong setups, but I wouldn't consider them that interesting. Barrage, Rapid Fire are still kind of cold and view rapid combo point precision type builds. they're strong, very strong. They're just not unique or different than what they were. Flurry is kind of unique, but you said you're looking for a strong push build, and Flurry is not that. I guess the most unique thing you could probably do on a rogue that is like super strong is Barrage. The Heartseeker build in season 5 is bugged. Victimize is bugged. It's bugged in the sense that the season 3 values returned where most multipliers don't work with PTR. And there was no mention of a bug fix going from PTR to live about the bugged Victimize. So if they miraculously fixed it and they just didn't mention in the patch notes, then Heartseeker becomes one of the best builds in the game easily. Not, then Heartseeker is like IB, maybe low A tier. If I rebrand this, I don't say rebrand this, but like build for damage per Dark Shroud in a sense. If they didn't nerf that temper, which I'm waiting on, I kept vulnerable for now as a just in case because I'm trying to play it safe. But if they did not nerf damage per Dark Shroud, definitely taking vulnerable off these items and putting Heartseeker hit harder, considerably harder, and also make Victimize hit harder. It's flat damage, so it all flat damage works. Flat damage in general works. So one of the few things that actually does work with it. The Bulls almost happening, man. Hey, which robo you open it with? Always Barrage. Barrage always. I thought about Flurry. I really thought about opening with Flurry. Considering that I'll be transitioning into Endgame Fire. I was like, yeah, Barrage makes the most sense still. So Barrage is the strongest. I mean, I'll put it this way. Combo point precision Barrage, combo point precision rapid fire, and Endario's Barrage. And my Endario's Barrage is way different than combo Barrage. All three of them are like really close. I can't really tell you which one's the strongest because there's no way for me to know. So much has changed from PTR to live that I can only tell you that whether a build is really strong or not. I can tell you that I can tell you whether it's good. I can't sit there and tell you, well, what's the absolute best? I don't know. Those setups are so close right now that it's impossible to tell. Chances are, whatever's the most bugged will be the best out of all the setups. Whichever one could take advantage of the most bugs would be the better setup. Will it be stronger than Sork? You mean in Pit and bosses? Pit? We have a tier list. Have you been on Maxroll yet? And seen our tier list? Game. Yeah. Kind of have the actually I don't know about penetration shot being this high. Also, I think rapid fire above Barrage, but I wonder what changed. I thought we had rapid fire above Barrage, slightly above Barrage, but oh well. But yeah, I mean, this is our tier list here. I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, man, play. I think people. How do I say this without like sounding kind of mean? If your build is an S tier or A tier, and you're looking for something strong, then play that. It's not necessarily about what class build might be better than a different class build. If they're both in S tier, for sure, then play the one that you think is gonna be more fun for you. Like it could legit. I'll put it this way: it could legit mean. Let's just say, for example, like Lightning Spirit Sword, for example. Right? Let's just say this could be like one pit level higher than like let's say Barrage Rogue or something. Let's just say hypothetically, like, are you gonna play Sork now because it's one pit tier higher? You see what I'm saying? Like, or are you gonna play the thing that's like the most fun for you? I think that's the thing you have to kind of think about for yourself. Like, what do you gain by knowing that Lightning Spear Sork hypothetically could be one pit tier stronger, one pit level stronger than like any of the rogue builds? Like, do you gain anything for that from that? As an example. Now it's different if you're playing like, let's say, like a C tier build or something. Like, unfortunately, oof on the necro end, right? Like, if you're playing like Blight Necro versus like, you know, Fireball Sork, okay, well then that makes sense. At that point, it's just like, okay, you might want to really consider, you know, not messing with something down here. But like, if your build is like somewhere around here, like S tier and high A tier, or S tier or even A tier in general, like, and you're looking for like a strong build, I mean, any of these, legit any of these. And keep in mind, tier lists can change. We don't know. We don't know the fixes to Infernal Horde. We don't know how that's going to feel. If the changes to Pit, we don't know how that's going to feel. Like, so there's a lot of unknowns. These are just a hypothetical. Right? This is what we think is going to be the case based off of Excel sheet numbers. That's it. Zertal, you said pin shot, no victimize. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know. I think I personally think this is probably just a tad bit too high. Go too high. Like at the least, maybe the bottom of S tier. Maybe high A tier. I could be wrong. But it doesn't take advantage of the totem, like the totem bug. So like if the totem bug is still a thing, which is why Barrage is up as high as it is as well, then like then I don't see how a pin shot can take advantage of the totem bug nearly as easily as these two can. So curious to see if anyone would try Andario Heartseeker. It's kind of hard to recommend that now when Barrage is so freaking good with the Fist of Fate now, with all that lucky hit. Like, how do you proc it more? Yeah, how do you proc Andarios more than Barrage at the moment? Barrage with Fist of Fate, of course. Like, it's the only reason why Barrage is now the case. So like, that's the thing. Like, how do you compete with that? right Bozon. So I want to do Heartseeker and Dorios actually for fun, but it's like I can even play like a mid-range Barrage and get a similar effect, like a mid-range Barrage and Dorios if I wanted to. What's your new view of Andario Barrage versus Chain Lightning Sork? I don't have a view of it. Both of them are strong builds. You play whichever one you think is more fun. I don't think that they have any beef with each other. I don't think I've seen Andario's Barrage talk about Chain Lightning Sork's mom. I don't know. Maybe Andario's Barrage egged Chain Lightning Sork's house the other day. I mean, I don't know what the beef is between the two, man. I don't know. I don't know. Like, if you have more information than I do, then you know for sure, let me know. But my opinion, aside for the beef I may not know about, is that they're both very strong builds, and whichever one you think is more fun to play, I would go for. Heartseeker hits are easier, more reliable, and 3x more likes hit. I lucky hit chance. But I guess at that point though, wouldn't you want to do puncture then? Wouldn't you just want to go back to puncture if you want to do like a basic attack? Andy's zone. I might be missing something. It's been an incredibly long weekend, so I might be missing something. But like, wouldn't you just do puncture then at that point, just like we did like season 4, where it's like you could do Heartseeker and Darios. Well, I guess I don't know, because I guess now we get the damage per Dark Shroud, so like we no longer need to do the close quarters combat shenanigans to make it work on Heartseeker. So I guess there is that, right? Andy procs from Barrage Ricochet do the full damage. I would assume so. Just be, yeah, I would assume so. Because I mean, the Andy's proc doesn't care about your damage, like the amount of damage you do. It just cares that it got procced. Oh, on a totem. Oh, I would think so. Don't quote me on that though. Flurry Rogue not even an A tier. We don't know. I think we put it in we put it in B tier to be safe. It's quite possible. I'm gonna be finishing up the Flurry guide pretty soon, and I'm actually pretty impressed with what it can do. It might be somewhere like low A tier, but like I don't think because it's untested areas or untested waters at the moment, then we just need to not be on the safe side and not get people's hopes up and have it higher than what it really is. Or it's better that it's lower and then it's we have it lower and then it exceeds people's expectations. It's like, oh, it's actually better than what we thought it was, and it's like, okay, cool, we can just bump it up then. Kind of thing. Thurgrin, appreciate the follow. What would you recommend, Andy, with Barrage or Flurry? Barrage. I would do it with Barrage, honestly. But I'll put it this way, it's stronger with Barrage. You do whichever one you find more fun, but it is stronger with Barrage. But it is harder to gear for. With like Puncture, you can do it, like you can kind of get it off the ground like very early. But Barrage, you have to have Fist of Fate or it just doesn't work out that well at all. So your mileage may vary. How come Andy Rogue doesn't have Puncture like it did in season 4? Because Fist of Fate gives you a ridiculous amount of lucky hit chance, and so at this point, it's really about a skill that can just hit a jillion times, and Barrage does just that. Therefore, being able to proc Andes at a more efficient rate than Puncture would be able to, given that you're close to min-maxed. So that's why. Do you find the idea of the grenade archetype for the season really cool? Yeah, I actually think so. Here's the thing. I actually think these three, Grenade Rogue, Heartseeker Rogue, Flurry Rogue, we might be lowballing these three. Even with the Heartseeker shenanigan, Victimize crap or whatever, we might be lowballing all three of these. All three of these might be able to fit somewhere in low A tier. We just don't know. But grenades are a little stronger. So is it better to play the leveling build and in late game switch to Barrage? No, Barrage is like one of the best leveling builds for Rogue. So you can just play Barrage straight through if you want. It's a unique effect, a matter on Fist of Fate for Andarios. You're doing it for the life on hit. Lucky hit chance. You don't really necessarily care as much about the Fist of Fate damage as you do. Actually, I don't even know. I don't even know if the Fist of Fate damage actually works on the Andes proc. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm sure I can just click on the guide and find out. But even if it didn't, you still would take it just because of the amount of lucky hit chance. Just like two sports cars, win two it pretty fast. Whichever one looks more sexy gets the extra gets extra speed there for rogue wins versus sword. I haven't looked at any of the changes. Why is Pin Shot good now? Well, Pin Shot was great last season as a Victimize. I actually think that we're overrating Pin Shot a little bit, personally. My personal opinion. I don't think it's beats these builds, honestly. But I mean, high A, low S tier is probably where I would have Pin Shot if I had to, like, just because of the fact that it can't take advantage of the totem like the other builds can that are in S tier, and have to kind of go off of what actually works right now. So it is what it is. So I don't see it being that high, but I could be surprised. But yeah, I mean, if Victimize still worked, we would, or worked the way it's supposed to, then we would definitely build Pin Shot back to Victimize. It'll be a way stronger as a Victimize build versus a precision build. In fact, it would probably be at the very top if we could put it back to Victimize. That, along with Heartseeker, would be like probably the top two builds if Victimize worked properly. I was trying to build an exposure grenade custom build, but I wasn't impressed. Maybe it was a bad setup. Well, I mean, they did buff it again after PTR. There is that. Zero was going on. Okay, thanks. I think in the first best in slot myth unique for Barrage to craft is Ring of Starless. Honestly, I would say the Tireless might. If you're talking about combo points Barrage, I would say Tireless might first. Because Tireless might offers so much quality of life that allows you to be able to cap your armor and resistances and do all these other things you wouldn't be able to do. Starless is just more damage that you don't necessarily need until later. And I mean, a regular ring would be okay, you know, like a good filler gap until you get the Starless. Whereas a Tireless might is like so ridiculously good that, like, noticeably godlike, that I think just Tireless might is probably the first thing you should craft, and then go for Starless Skies later, in my opinion. Kyle is so much better now. It is. Do Rogue still need to rival that much, especially with Shroud's not going down? It allows you to be glassy in other places. So, like, you still want that. Because keep in mind, Rogues were I'll put it this way. It'll be interesting to see. Zanlo, appreciate the prime. 2 months in a row, appreciate you. I think it'll be interesting to see. Because we never worn Tireless Might before, so we don't really know how good that's going to really be with Dark Shroud. We just only know what our Excel numbers tells us. So we just assume that it's going to be really good and that we should want to wear it, but it could get to a point where it might be too much DR and we're just like, do we really need this much? But then at the point you can do that and then take out some rubies in your gear and go Dex and get some of that damage back that way. So I mean, you can do that instead of like dropping it for an aspect or a different chest. But it's interesting. But also, it's good to see you. I'm not playing season 5, so I'll look forward to seeing the builds in action from you. Oh man. All right. Well, depends on where you live now. Season 5, the season launch starts at the same time for everybody in Diablo 4. And Diablo 3, it was dependent on where you live. D4, it's just the one time. It's the launch is at the same time for everybody. All right. Well, you have a good one, Bozon. Sad to see that you won't be, at least diving into it like a little bit, right? 12 hours from now, less than that. It's about like 10 hours from now. Almost 10 hours from now. a lot of nerfs. You think Barb is still gonna end up being busted like a season 4? I'm gonna say that like I'd be very surprised if Barbs don't find another way to be busted again in some way. Barbs just never stay down. Flay is still really good, as you can tell. Like Flay and Bash Barb are still very, very good builds. They just so like even with the nerfs, they still end up having a couple of S tier builds. And it's funny because even with the buffs for Necro, they only have one, which is Bone Spirit, which is ridiculously good. But yeah. You're looking for to Spiritborn and expansion though? You might have to change your name though, from was it Boazon to what? Spirazon? Bornzon? I don't know how to like put all that together. Do you think Tireless in the current state is the best Uber? Yeah. Yeah. It just solves so many problems with one mythic unique. So it's like, yeah. I don't like how good it is, to be honest with you. Like if I had to give my personal opinion on the Tireless, I don't like how good it is. Because it makes it almost mandatory in a lot of builds. Is it busted? Well, I mean, Barb is technically, well, Barb's in some aspects you could consider busted in season 4, kind of. There were some other builds or one build or two that were considered busted in some other classes, like, you know, Sork had one busted build. Rogue technically at the very, very high end had one busted build, right? But Barb's in general was just redonkulous, right? Like in season 4, right? I think do you think it'd be worth taking off Assimilation on pants and moving to Umbris to pants? Yes. And yeah, definitely Umbris. You definitely want Umbris on pants. Dark Shroud is way too good not to take this season. It's better than it was before, and that's crazy to think. So if you do Tears Might on your chest, you're gonna have to do Umbris on your pants. Because for a helm, you don't want to do a legendary. You have to do Cow or Brown. Most likely Cow. So it's like you don't have any place to really put Assimilation unless you're gonna do it on like a glove. Maybe you could, maybe, if that's what you want to do, or boots or something. I don't know. Is it no way, actually, is it a defensive aspect or is it a utility aspect? If it's defense, then I guess you're kind of out of luck with that. Are these changes live now or no, tomorrow? If they were live now, I'd be playing Eternal Realm. I'd be like actually playing the game and testing stuff so I can prepare for season. Which would be pretty dope if I could do, but obviously they're not gonna let that happen. You're sticking on Andoria. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure there is a world where you can do it without Tireless Might, but like you're talking about like endgame, like where you can min max other stuff, so you can afford to do that, right? Not that you won't be able to afford to do that early on. So like I'd say after you have everything min maxed, then you can probably consider, hey, do I really need Tireless Might? And the answer might be no. But it's going to be a while before anyone gets to that point, though. You plan on using Shroud of Canduras? I have it in the Flurry main setup, not the Mythic setup, but the just like the main setup without the Mythic uniques. I think it's really fun to use for one, and way to um, get some easy dark shrouds. If you can keep dark shroud going every 2 seconds, it can keep you immune. I think there's a cooldown on that. I don't think you can permanently be immune. I'm pretty certain you can't. You can't be permanently immune. Let's take a look at it real quick. Well, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's based off of your cooldown. So like, you're not gonna. Are you gonna be able to get your dark shroud low enough to be able to cast it every 3 seconds, basically? That's the issue. And if you do that, you have to go like, uh, you have to go, Shaco. You have to go Harlequin. Yeah, Harlequin's crest to do that, to be able to get enough cooldown to do that. Or I guess you can do tempers that way too. I guess maybe. I don't know about 3. Yeah. You have to go crest and then some tempers. So you can do that with 7 stream. Yeah. You'll be kind of stuck having to do Shaco, which is kind of a loss on most builds. Immerse is so broken. Honestly, I don't know how good it is, but it's good. It's really, honestly, it's too good too. I think that's another thing. It's too, like, on a rogue. It's also just too good. All right, guys. So I'm not gonna leave yet. I have to get ready to plan on like hopping off or whatnot. But I think I'm gonna work on the, because like I do need to finish up the Flurry guide itself. So I have to actually go on the back end and work on it. I can do it now, but I can't show you the back end. So you're kind of like stuck watching a, like, either a planner or an Endgame, Tireless or something like that. But you're not allowed to see what I'm working on the back end. So I can continue to work on it while I'm here in the chat, but you just won't be able to like see. If y'all cool with that, I'll do that. If not, then I probably have to rate out to someone else and like start working on it. Otherwise, I will never get this done. All right. Also, let me get some to drink too. I'll be right back. All right, let's get to work. Okay. Let's get to work now. Now this is a lot of about more forgiving. Okay. Yeah. This like the Flurry guy, because there's so many things that are different. It's gonna take the longest to update, which is why I saved this one for last. Like, okay, this is probably gonna take me about a good 4 hours to like of like pure focus to just to be able to update. That's being generous. Might take me longer than that. Oh, whoops. I just realized something. Oof. Forgot to forgot to cap my resistances here. All right, well. So let's do that real quick. We got shadow damage here, so we're good. Sorry, shadow resistance. A lot of it. So we go. I need to. Ruby. Poison. So emerald. So that puts me at 59. We got that with fire 70 because I'm pretty sure one of these rings already have 2 of them had fire resist. So we need to change one of them. I do fire lightning at 69.1. I figure out I'm gonna do cold resistance. I probably just do like just roll a cold in place or cold whatever here at some point. Here to cap. 69.1 is fine. mean, you're gonna be doing Tireless Might anyway. I guess I need to get you as close to cap as possible. Till then. What's my okay. I can get okay, so I can sacrifice max health for now. Yeah, so that'll cap me in both of those aspects, but poison, lightning, and res fire will be whatever they are. Yeah, alright. I think that's the best I'm gonna be able to do with that though. So leveling to 100, I guess, does that to be the same deal? Lightning, acid, ruby. All right, so on the way to it, you won't. I guess you'll kind of. This is what I'm gonna have to do. Okay. All right. Well, we fixed that. Well, I mean, we're 1%. I'm trying to think if there is like another all-res somewhere. Take. Probably not. We're pretty much capped out here. Yeah. That's all right. That's fine. Put that into the guide itself. Let's see, Flurry, and setup. Who's that? Appreciate the sub. Mary plays golf. Rogue Dads Unite. When will you expect the season 5 builds to be up? Most of them are already up. We just haven't made the announcement. So like as we're finishing them, we do publish them. So if you want to look at the Maxroll site already, you can probably find a chunk of them already done. Not all of them, but a chunk of them already done. But there's several of us that are working on them now, like working on the rest of them now. Like for me, I'm working on the Flurry stuff right now. We need a spacer here. Spacer. 20. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I guess I don't really need to write more. I think this is good enough. I think the intro is good enough. Most people don't really too much care about it anyway. Attempt this. Difficulty, we'll do easy. Speed farming. Excellent. This pit would be average, I guess, until we know more. Actually, you know, I need to do. I need to see where Rudy has, or actually, let me see Rudy. Let's go to all right, maybe he did update it already. Okay, cool. Right, so he has Twisting Blades is good. Yeah. Taking Flurry would be like average. Average pit, average bossing, because Twisting Blades should be better than both at that. He's got Beast Falls here. That's cool. This is good. Okay, that gives me an idea where to put Flurry. Bossing is average. There's a big step above what it used to be. For Flurry. Defense. Excellent. I wonder why they haven't changed the Endurable on Maxroll. Move Umbrus to Pants and using one of unique chests. Well, I mean that one should be updated. The Victimize get nerfed, or would it still be good? It got bug fixed, and then they added 50% more damage to it, and then they bugged it again to what the previous values were back in season 3, which made it significant, which was really, really bad. So I mean, it's worse than it was, I'll put it that way. But that's because it's bugged, but in the way that doesn't benefit us. We don't know when or if that gets fixed, so we're just kind of assuming that that Victimize will be in a pretty meh spot. If they return it to season 4 state, it will be all Victimized again, even stronger. Maybe it'd be better if they fix it and rebalance it. Well, the thing about it is that the issue with season 4 state was bugged. People forget that Victimize has never existed without it being bugged, ever. It's been bugged since before the launch of the game. So it's never been just properly working correctly. See what I'm saying? Definitely not asking them to revert it back to season 4 values. But the season 4 was when it double dipped with a bunch of stuff. I'm just asking them for it to work appropriately, where it single dips with everything. Like, let it single dip with everything and we'd be good. It'd be cool. It'll make Heartseeker and Pinshot incredibly strong this season, but at least it won't be bugged or broken. And then they can actually remove the 50% damage that they gave us, the 50% buff damage. Like, they can remove that and just make Victimize work properly, and we'd be Gucci. JC's like, Blizzard bugs are more fun to play. Should also do that. Not all bugs are more fun to play. I will say that some bugs are pretty hilarious, but not all bugs are more fun to play. And when it's bugged in the way that it doesn't benefit the player, I would assume it's not more fun. So not all bugs are equal. Which is why, in reality, we just need to not have bugs in general. Because if you can't make everything bugged in a positive way, that's going to also be fun. Then just not have, just don't have the bugs at all. So we can have some sort of balance. You want your Heartseeker back? Like I said, who knows? Who knows if they will actually fix it? We just don't trust them right now, so that's the reason why we just assume that it's not going to work properly. Shadow. Just rename this as skills so I don't like confuse myself. Yeah, kill the bugs. Vanilla. Meltus, what's going on? Where's the link to that? The link to what exactly? Sorry. I was hoping the new class will not be the reason Druids will no longer be the worst class. It doesn't really play like a Druid though. Like, I know people get the idea of shape shifting, animals, and then the Spiritborn having animal spirits, but they play quite a bit different from each other. It's really not close. I'm just speaking as someone who's like you, who has played the class. It's just it feels so much different from any other classes, to the point where I hope the other classes feel as good in the future. So we did that. Flurry, dash, poison imbuement, wild traps. That's 4 skills, right? 4 death trap and smoke grenade. Actually, I probably should just kind of yoink some other verbiage from a different guide to make my life easier. The website. Oh, the website. I'm sorry. No, yeah, the Maxroll. Sorry. Exclamation mark, right? Maxroll. But right now, I'm actually doing some work in the back end that I just can't show you. So that's why you see my mouse kind of hovering over places and looking a little weird. I figure I can either do it off stream or I can do it on stream. Meltus, what's up? Prime sub, 2 months in a row. Appreciate you, man. Does it want to sell the add-on? So for sure, the new class of OP. I mean, I don't know. Like looking at it from like the level 30 gameplays, and isn't kind of enough to tell. I mean, obviously the numbers were super low to begin with. The numbers were atrociously low, but I think maybe it might be like a stat squish or whatever. So I mean, we were just killing efficiently because, well, the mobs were weak, and so I don't know if that makes the class strong because the mobs are weak, or like who really knows. But I doubt. I'm sure they're going to tune the class a little stronger than intended, just for expansion sales. Let's be honest. As a business move, you definitely don't want the newest class that comes into the game to be weak. So Andre 3 stacks. Let's see. Preparation? Is there preparation? Preparation. I think I wrote that pretty well. Let's see. Momentum. additional damage reduction. Damage reduction. Source cost reduction. The latter is to be able to spend Wesley. Have to save there. Appreciate the follow. 10 hours from now, yeah, roughly. Hydrate, gotcha. Yeah, yo, when Necro actually when the Necro came out in D3, they were kind of iffy. And then they did something. Or sorry, the beta, like when they let us like test the beta of like that for the Necro pack or whatever. They were pretty iffy. But then like when it actually came out and released or whatever, like they had like the Lancer or something Lance, Blood Lance or whatever that was like super strong. And like they allowed that to be very strong for like months before tuning it down. We're talking about like actually probably more than months. It was like about a year that stayed like really strong. I mean, just ridiculously strong. Yeah, I missed a Theorycraft session. I mean, it really wasn't much theorycrafting as it is just building the planners out. I'm actually writing on the back end. San Giacomo and sleeper builds. There are probably some sleepers, yeah. Boss Man Tribe, what's going on? I mean, Crusader was really underwhelming when it launched with Reaper Souls, so yeah, your expansion class launch should be good, and it's okay if it's if it's healthy at first. Yeah. Actually, I don't remember like the state of Crusaders when it Reaper Souls dropped. I was playing Demon Hunter. I didn't really care about any of the class. So I don't remember like the state that they were in, but people were just happy to see a whole class. I don't remember what their strongest build at the time was. Necro stayed OP because of rats. Or a lot, yeah. Well, rats became the thing later on. Yeah, but you're right. To pull enemies in. What I say is the strongest rogue build is going to be for pit push. Don't know, because pit is different than what it is on live, so it's impossible for anyone to really know. Not to mention, a lot of things have changed, you know, in terms of unique values and all this stuff. That it's literally impossible to know. I can tell you that there's going to be at the minimum 3 strong rogue push builds or rogue push hit builds, possibly 4. In terms of which one's the best, it's impossible to say. By the time you level 100, they will figure it out. Hey, I did recommend it route for leveling. Very similar to what it was last season. You just do Hell Ties until you do the capstone. So you do World Tier 2 all the way up to the capstone and Hell Ties, and then once you hit the World Tier 3, you do a couple of Nightmare Dungeon stuff. Then after that, you go to World Tier 4 very shortly after that, and continue doing Nightmare Dungeons mainly until you finish to 100. You can also do Pit if you want, once you get to like level 80ish or so, if you want. If you're getting like bad luck with Nightmare Dungeon sigils, but that's pretty much the way to go. All right, Super Mike, you have a good one. Scout Hunter or regular bow, X bow? Depends on the build. If you're talking about like a precision build, then Scout Hunter for sure. The new Heartseeker build is Tireless with new uniqueness build. It's pretty neat. It's pretty interesting. I am looking forward to see how it really truly turns out. Given the issues on PTR with Victimize. Thanks, man. And let's do a smoke grenade. Appreciate the follow. Is Heartseeker so bad now? Rob rated S tier. I don't know why he rated S tier. My racing tomorrow. I don't ever really do the race. And I play softcore, so no one really cares about racing in softcore. Yeah, I don't know why you rated it S tier. I wouldn't put it in S tier. I think, considering that Victimize is bugged back to the season 3 values, that I think we're lowballing it in B tier, like maybe A tier somewhere, but S tier is pushing it with the messed up Victimize currently. That's why these builds running a Kyle, and then you look at the efficacy. Yeah, dude, 2 stats makes it best in slot. Two stats, literally 2, which is ridiculous. Because like the rest of the helm, you mostly don't care about. You don't really care about the unique affix that much. You don't care about the other 2 stats. You care about trick attacks and unstable elixirs. And because it rolled both of those key passives, all of a sudden it's best in slot for a lot of builds. Stupid, right? Like just ridiculous. Do you run a PTR? I do play the PTR. Proc. I don't know the name of that. Whatchamacallit. It's gonna take. God, this is really gonna take forever to finish. What's the name of this aspect? mirror sharpshooters aspect. The marks and marksman part of the tricks of the trailer. Smoke grenade. It procs. Totem from so this copy smoke grenade here. So both very important for different. Am I gonna keep up energy with that build? It's in the build. It's there. Trust me, that is one thing I spent time doing. You got energy per second on the boots. You got momentum key passive, which also gives you energy. So this key passive right here gives you energy. Also, the Flurry modifier also gives you energy. And also resource elixir and resource cost reduction on the bow. So like there's several things that will allow you to do it without having to go inner sight to make it happen. I don't see how people get legendary matches so fast. It's crazy RNG to get. Well, it's probably just spending a lot of time, a ton of time. Use my Barrage build Heartseeker. You can do up to 114 pit. Final boss is impossible to kill. Cool. Diamond and weapon, interesting choice. Well, actually, most builds now that use momentum or like damage per dark shroud is gonna go that route. Because they buffed the no witness legendary node on the Paragon board. This right here. So now taking ultimate damage, which, you know, basically all you really need is just taking the gems, like the diamonds and the gems, and also taking the ultimate damage around the board to be able to get the 40. Well, this is 35%, but it's really 45% damage bonus, which is huge. So since we're doing preparation and we're going to be doing Death Trap quite often, like we're going to be able to use it quite often, then it's kind of like, okay, we'll be able to have this damage up pretty consistently. So ain't like you're missing much by having anything else in the weapon, because like nothing else matters, right? On momentum, like vulnerable damage, crit damage, none of that scales at all. So this makes the most sense in terms of like the route to go. It's actually pretty interesting. It actually makes building for a different build this time around like cool, because it's not what it was. So I'm actually kind of think that that's actually pretty cool compared to what it was. Yeah. Do you think the pit boss the boss HP never crossed the board? I was fix pit bosses. So honestly, well, I don't know if I can talk about it. Sorry, I was getting ready to talk about it, but I don't know if I can actually mention it. I don't know if did Adam like post like something about the boss HP stuff like in the from the patch notes. I'll say this much: the boss patch notes makes it sound like the bosses are getting nerfed, but they're not. Like the boss HP are getting nerfed, but they're not. If more hasn't been said, then I don't think I can say more than that. Use and then be a minute. For sure, I will grind based on less than 12 hours of playtime. Yeah, I think a bit of us who like now, at least now, knows how to level, because like leveling in season 4 was different because we just didn't know what the best routes were. It was kind of like we were kind of taking a guess or a gamble. But now that we know, and nothing has really changed in season 5, you'll see more people get into 100 as fast, even faster now with the experience cap kind of being lifted, or to 30, whatever. Yeah, a few other streamers have already been selling the boss HP nerf. Well, yeah, but I guess the thing is that like, I'll put it this way: well, no, I guess I can't say that. Like I said, unless they made mention about the calculations and the patch notes, I don't know if I can say more. How much information do I want to like? How far do I want to go into this? Let's see. Go back to my creative planner here. I don't think this is gonna work in the as an embed though. Much. Man. To maintain. So we don't need that. I'm sure it needs to go away because we're not that. Flurry as often as you. Dash, Death Trap, Couch, Smoke Green, Poison and Beam. I guess the rest of it doesn't need to be there. We got the gameplay section done. Wonder how Flurry builds are doing season 5. So far we kind of have we're guesstimating B tier. They'll do pretty well, but you also got to remember that a lot of good role builds, which makes it hard for like things like Flurry and some of the others to like Grenade Rogue to kind of like really compete. But Flurry is way better than what it was, so like it's a viable build now. Is Debbie heading your way? I don't know who's Debbie. Is Victimize still an unknown quantity at this point due to PTR bug? Correct. But the take-home point is boss HP is still roughly the same relative to the player. Well, if we're talking about world boss, well, I guess we're not talking about world boss. I would say I wouldn't expect a huge difference between what we experience in terms of boss HP across the board, in season 4 and to what it's going to be in season 5, especially considering that we are a lot stronger as well. So we're going to kill the bosses faster because we're stronger overall because of power creep. But in terms of like what is happening to the bosses is not as much of a difference as people think it is. I'll put it that way. I also appreciate the follow. The Wyverner, I can't even begin to pronounce that. I think the new Andarios is too good. The 666 poison res is kind of it's so strong. The poison actually heals you, man. What am I gonna level with? Barrage. Yep, definitely Barrage. When did I actually start doing this? Special. Spam well too much higher uptime. That's good enough. Oof, resource code on it. Oh yeah, I gotta. That's gonna be a lot to write. Type out. Season 5 tomorrow. Technically tomorrow or in 9 hours, roughly, almost. We're looking forward to the season and expect Strange get after. Oh, Strange. Oh, straight after. Gotcha. Steampunk, what's going on? Is Chain Lightning good yet? It's. Let's go check the tier real quick. Got it in. Yeah, it's in S tier. I don't understand the passion about boss health then. So it doesn't relate to tournament bosses or world bosses or pit bosses. It does, but the thing is about it is that like I guess so I'll put it this way. There's stuff in like as a partner, Diablo partner, that sometimes like when we ask for clarification on things, sometimes they make mention to the partner some things that we don't know if we can say to the public in a sense. So yes, you have it makes sense that you are confused by it. Like, but I can't tell you. I don't know if I can go into detail what really happened with that patch note unless they specifically said it themselves. That's why. But I can tell you that don't think about it as in like bosses are going to be substantially different at all. You will kill bosses faster because we're stronger, but it's not because of anything that they put in the patch notes. If I were you, I would just ignore everything about what they said about bosses in the patch notes. That would be the best bet. Like I would just ignore it as if that didn't exist. Jack, appreciate the follow. I wish I could say more, but I don't know. We got permission to say more. Mister, appreciate the follow. Season 5 looking good. So typical example of unclear patch notes as tooltips are in the game. Yep. Exactly. That's exactly how to look at it. As much as that sucks, but that's exactly how you should look at it. Once that's energy. Source. I think go innovation on this. Inner. This is their Tireless. So there's so innovation, advanced Flurry, and momentum. Immensely. Little Wayne's versus so goes so hard in this song. And energy is there's so much to change in this. Yeah, I know I had country in the playlist. Did y'all? I know. Poison implement, right? Poison implement. Didn't expect her to come in here, Luke Bryant. Yeah, I'm a musician. Like I in real life, at least not this year. I won't be, but I teach music, so I like all genres of music. From Nas to Wayne to this, I know. Right? You listen to Dax? Yeah, I got like at least 20, 25 Dax songs on my playlist. Usually he comes on, a couple of times a night. It seems like when the playlist is on random. Barrage versus Penetrating Shot are the S tier leveling builds. I mean, honestly, most of Rogue builds is technically gonna say technically all in S tier, but like there really is no wrong way to level on rogue. Like there is no bad way, or like, you know, you're not gonna be like, oh god, I wish I would have chosen this leveling build instead on rogue. That doesn't really last. That doesn't really like exist. I know we have Flurry in A tier for leveling, but I honestly think it's stronger than that for leveling. We just don't really have data to confirm that. That's all. So my thing, so like I really like Dax a lot. I always wonder what his deal is when it comes to Santa Claus. He seems to really have a grudge for Santa, and I'm just like, bro, what did he do? What did he do to you, man? But he makes it very clear on many songs that he just doesn't really he doesn't like, he has many songs specifically about Santa Claus in a sense. But not like about Santa Claus, but about Christmas, which involves Santa Claus, which I mean, it's hilarious listening to, but it's just like, man, like that's rough, man. Like does Santa really like, is he really that bad, man? That's good. New here, love your guys. What Bill would I be loving with Barrage for sure. I would do Flurry, but I want to do Endgame rapid fire as quickly as possible, and like Barrage is just a better flow into it, since Flurry is just a different build in general. Otherwise, I would just level Flurry. So yeah, so we go from Nas and Lil Wayne with hip hop, right, to Luke Bryan with some country, and then now we're in K-pop land with New Jeans. Where else in the world are we gonna go? What's next? Let's get some Afrobeats next. I'm taking the guess, and Dax, he has Wrath of Eye. He grew up poor, so maybe that's just a bad time of the year. I mean, it usually is for me too. So like, I can understand and relate, but I mean, is it really Santa's fault though? I mean, growing up poor, I mean, you never really had chimneys, so like there was, you know, how's he going to deliver gifts? You know, you want to just leave them on the front door, you know, kind of thing. Like this is back before like leaving packages at the front door was a thing, you know, with Amazon and all that stuff, right? Like delivery packages, like, you know, you think it would be safe to deliver packages to a front door in a hood and just leave it there? Like, you know, what is Santa supposed to do with no chimney? Just saying. Slow Joe's going on. Appreciate the sub. I'm just being cheeky, but you get what I'm saying. Maybe just, you know, Santa didn't have the technology back at the time, you know. Is there any way we can drop cow traps to do any meaningful damage late game? I just hate the skill. So lucky for you, cow traps is not cow traps is not nearly as required as it once was. It was before because of the bug with the duration that allowed your cow traps to scale to like, you know, over 100% multiplicative damage if the boss was in it long enough. So it meant that you didn't have a choice but to take it. And me too, myself, I also hated that myself. So I agree with you tenfold. However, it's hard to not recommend caltraps because it's on some builds it do kind of gives you additional effects and things, like on Flurry especially is like one that you do want to caltraps on. The others you can get away with not. Since the big scaling of caltraps is no longer really like crazy, you can get away with not doing it. Don't get me wrong, it'll be better if you did use it, but like if you don't, like if like this season, if you don't use it, it won't make or break your build per se, or most builds. So, but then the question would be, when you look at most builds that you're using or doing, what would you replace with it, right? That would be the next question. I totally get you though. I totally understand where you're coming from with that. Much more than you know. I hated playing around caltraps like that too last season. So yeah. Where's the real invigorating film, Maxroll? If only there was a such thing, right? Invigorating straight? Krill, yo, what's going on? Started late season 4, took a break after season 1 when I played Rudy's Rapid Fire Flurry build, which I enjoyed. Yeah, that thing is it's definitely no longer a thing. Yo, throwback. Oh, no. That's a Rough Riders roll. Rip DMX. Stop. What? Back when ad libs were actually cool. I was gonna oh yeah, Paragon board. No. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. Let's get you back up there. Sorry. For those who might have just came in, I'm working on the Flurry guy on the back end, so you guys can't see it because I'm not allowed to show you. But that's why you see my mouse kind of like moving around but not clicking on anything, it seems like. So but I am listening and reading chat and stuff like that, so actually, where is this being taken from? This is not the right thing. I think it's bugged again. I see. Okay. I really need to delete most of that, but I don't know if I do that right now. We'll figure it out later. It's on the Endgame one too. I'll redo this later. I know. Nah, Weird Al. You said Google can help you. Yeah, you're wrong. No, you're not wrong. I enjoyed it more than everybody. Ranked low. Now we see a lot of rogues. Well, you guys already know I'm like um yeah. You guys know of it. I'm rogue to the day I die for the most part. Or in the next Diablo doesn't have a rogue. If they have a demon hunter, it'll be a demon hunter. Anything rogue, like, probably sounds weird to say that. Anything that plays like a rogue or a demon hunter, you guys know I'm there. But I've been through some of the rough patches too as well, especially as more of a bow rogue. Bow rogue was rough in season 1 and 2 and preseason. You just watched the Andaria's real gameplay. I thought it was pretty cool that he did a little clip or whatever, showing live gameplay, like current live gameplay, which is obviously nowhere near as strong as it will be in season 5, of course. I think it's pretty cool to kind of show that gameplay there. Flurry, rogue pair. I'm going. You really think penetration's not gonna slap hard? Also, I think precision isn't really the best way to build pen shot though. That's the thing. You're kind of forced into it because Victimize is not working correctly anymore, or it's not working correctly from the PTR. So it's like you're kind of forced to you're kind of forced into it, into precision, and so it'll be okay. Like it'll be okay in terms of like versus what pin shot's true potential would be. Like if Victimize worked, you would actually be able to use Eagle Horn on, or maybe use Eagle Horn on pin shot. So the fact that you're stuck doing Sky Hunter on pin shot with a buffed Eagle Horn is just kind of strange. But it is what it is. What build must the starter? Well, you can't really level with Heartseeker. At least definitely not as your first character. I'm leveling with Barrage, and I'm probably gonna go to Rapid Fire Endgame, and then from there, I don't know. Like I'm gonna eventually play all the builds, but I'm gonna start with Barrage, and then transition into Rapid Fire Endgame. If this wasn't playing SH Flag on the GeForce Friday, and we didn't have the stage. Oh, no, what you meant. Oh, you mean the other song. Sorry, I'm like catching up on the chat. D, could you judge a possible boss tier of a build from the DPS on the tournament boss video by comparing bossing experience? You mean like comparing the boss? So you want to try to get an idea what the boss HP might be in season 5 compared to what it was in season 4 for Torment? Is that what you're saying? How good is the melee version of Andario Rogue? You mean like Puncture? I mean, it's Puncture's still really good. It's just that Barrage and Darius is better. So that's gonna be the new hotness because it's new-ish, or I say new-ish. We did and Darius Barrage in season 4, but it's just considerably better now because of Fist of Fate. The visual stuff for Epiphire was like you're taking a big everything. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the lob effect either. A lot of people are probably also feel similarly. So, um, I don't really know what to really look for this. Let me go back to the Endgame. I mean, it's just like Umbra, Stolen Vigor. Umbra, Stolen Vigor, Sharpshooter. Let's see, I'm gonna type all that in. Stolen Vigor. What else did I say? Mirror Sharpshooter. What else is there? Conceited. Conceited Intercom. We need a preparation aspect. All right, then we got one for Inner Sight, which actually really isn't that good, unfortunately. If you have VPN on food on ordering food, I wonder how long it's gonna. He'll take the Uber guy to get here from Netherlands. What up, Killer Wolf? What's going on? Change the here. Highlight it purple. So what uniques do we have? I guess a lot of them should be a lot of the ones that we normally would use for like regular uniques. So items, shears. Bruh. What else is there? It's combos. Sean. Shroud of Kandar. And then Cal the Nameless, and then Tireless might. What builder recommend for season 5? What class? What class are you thinking? For Rogue? Alright, so next question. What play style? You're more of a close range, up front, like up close, a longer range, combo point, inner sight, like combo point stat or skill spam. What are you into? Because Rogue's got a lot of good things going for itself. Did the buff source survivability? I don't know. Sorry, I honestly don't know. I played some sort, but I didn't pay attention to any of the changes. PTR or in the patch notes. Somebody in the chat might know though. A girl said my tender. My tender wow, 6'3" is tall. I told her I said those are two. Those are two separate measures. Anyway, anyhow, so Kedar, how have you been? Out of curiosity, how have you been? I'm Flurry rug starter. I guess there really wouldn't be any change to skills. Sculpture shall be the same, right? Yeah, I guess they wouldn't. Yeah, shall be the same. Do vampires poo? I'm trying to think of the punchline, but I can't. I have no idea. Must be hyper rogue this season. I'm hyper rogue every season. I'm a rogue player in general, whether they're good or not. Obviously, it would bother me if they're bad, right? But like gameplay wise, I will still always play rogue, regardless if the yellow numbers are very pretty or not. Season 4, I play Andorio build and Heartseeker. I want to play something different. Barrage and Rapid Fire then. I'll either play Barrage or Rapid Fire. You can probably switch between the two like very easily because a lot of the gear is roughly very similar between the two, including the Paragon board. So I would try Barrage or Rapid Fire. If you want something really different, well, I wouldn't say Andaria's rogue or Flurry is different because you are spamming one skill and Andy's and Heartseeker. So I think a totally different play style would definitely be like Barrage. I would shoot for like a combo point Barrage. See what you think. Rogue was lucky to have been close to the top every season. Well, with the exception of season 2, Rogues were like next to last. At least when it came to Abattoir Azir, but basically all the classes that were super strong were, just had more bugs than Rogues did. Do I believe Andy faced with Bo makes sense? You still hope there's a way to play Heartseeker Aerostorms? Technically you can. What you can do is take an Aerostorms build that Woody's gonna write up and just do it with Heartseeker instead of Puncture. Season 5. What about season 5? Yeah, Rogues were in a really interesting spot in season 2. Because Barb's obviously was the strongest class, and then Sork was really good. Shred Druid was just insane. So Rogue was like 4th, and then poor Necromancers were struggle bus all that time. I think I'm just gonna copy and paste all this. Let's see. This is not really gear. This would be a skill, but take inner sight. I gotta embed that crap. Especially preparation.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son.
Just with the raid.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these
What's
new
going on?
viewers. Sheezy out.
What is going on, Jess? Appreciate you.
Hey, you just
How's it going?
underscore rated my stream with 26 viewers.
I am working on the back end of Maxroll to do some guide stuff on the back end. So, but I can't show it because, you know, we're not allowed to do that. So I show the planner as I'm working out of, as I'm doing things, but I can't show the back end stuff. So, anyhow, appreciate the raid. Hope everything's well. Hope you're ready for season 5 tomorrow, or not tomorrow, in like what, 8.5 hours from now. I think I probably need to find some way to get some sleep pretty soon. But I do need to finish this thing up though. Do you have any hint about Victimize being fixed for the live patch? I wish I did, because if so, if we knew, if Victimize was fixed and we knew that, we would have put Heartseeker at the top of S tier, in our Endgame tier list. But yeah, we don't know, and so we're just assuming that it won't be. Let's see. Anyone knows the HP of Torment to Endoria, please? I have to probably dig to find that somewhere. I'm sure we have it documented somewhere. Is there so that, I guess, Samik, can I ask you something? Are you concerned about being able to kill like tournament bosses by chance? Like, do you feel like you're not gonna be able to do it, or you're just wanting the information? For sure, get some after stream care, and you know that's what you're about to do. Cool. Yeah. Like I said, after I finish up this Maxroll guy stuff, which will be in about like, I'm assuming it's gonna take me like another hour and a half before I'm like actually finish. So if I can like go to bed and get about 5 hours of sleep, that might be pretty good. To know I have a video and I want to judge the DPS from the seconds on HP bar. Yeah, so I don't think anyone has the HP of Torment and Dario from PTR, because I'm pretty sure that might be a slightly different from like season 5. So I think it's just one of those things where I know you don't want to, but man, I would literally ignore the patch notes, man. When it comes to the boss, you'll be fine. Like, we're all like a bit stronger than we used to be, so Endario, you will kill Endario faster with whatever setup you were planning than it would have been in season 4. Unless you're trying to play Infinimus Necro or something, then a different story. But Putting half the H part, half the HP bar in 3 seconds is good. But I don't know if I mean, yeah. I don't know if that's how we usually judge builds though. We don't really judge them based off of like how fast you can kill Andariels, because generally speaking, like you could still kill Andario pretty quickly and still not be anywhere near decent in like a pit push type ordeal. Because I mean, those are two different builds or whatever. So I guess if you're setting up a boss kill build, then fine, right? I mean, you can do like almost a one shot rogue build, and you know, for Andariel, but it will be useless in the pit. But I guess what do you want to? I guess let me ask you this: what build are you trying to play, and you know, to make sure that you can kill bosses pretty efficiently? Rob said that post nerf bash will still one shot the bosses. I don't know. I think Barbs will, you know, still be a little upset about that. What do you think? You know, maybe not being able to one shot with as high of a pretty number as before. Like it's like my damage is missing like 4 or 5 commas. It's like, my damage used to have 7 commas, now only has 4 commas. Did you one shot? Yes, but that's not the point. The point is I'm missing a few commas. I'm just messing. I'm just giving Barbs a hard time, but Barbs will be fine. I do think that for Barb though, that it is, I do feel for Barb in the sense of that you're kind of playing the same builds again. Like you don't have any, like the same 2 builds that were the best in season 4 are still the same 2 builds that are the best in season 5, unless there's some new bugs that that prop up or whatever. So I think it's, you know, it might feel a little stale for Barbs in terms of the top end, but I mean, if you just want to play some stuff, then you know, you still got some cool things you can do. Okay. It's so sad that Bugs is basically making the best class every season. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, what we I'll put it this way. Unfortunately, like what ends up being at the top is basically whatever we find that's bugged. I wish Blizzard was a little bit better about stuff like that, but it kind of is what it is, unfortunately. All right, guys. Hate to do it to you, but I am going to actually have to raid out, only just because I'll finish the last half of the guide faster if I can get off raid out or whatnot, because I have to really focus, especially on the stat priority section, which is a lot. A lot to go through. So I'm gonna have to cut it off here. I will be streaming live, by the way, at the beginning of the season start. So if you're looking for someone, I know there's like a jillion streamers that are streaming season launch. So I totally understand if you're not here. I completely get it. But just letting you know, if you ever want to stop by during the 18 or 19 hours, I'll be streaming season launch. You know, I would appreciate it. Like I said, you know, just stop by, come and say hi or something, you know. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, we'll be here. with all the cool blasting tunes that you like and things. And obviously we're playing Rogue, so if you want to see it from a Rogue point of view, that'd be great too. When does it start? I could tell you it's like 8.5 hours from now, 8 hours and 15 minutes from now. So whatever your time is, it's 8 hours and 15 minutes from now. So thanks for the guys. You'll be leading a lot of Heartseeker today. Cool, man. But yeah, I'm gonna finish up this Flurry thing. Hopefully I can get it out and then, you know, make it look good and all for you all. But yeah, happy season 5 launch and everything. And hopefully, like I said, see a good chunk of y'all tomorrow. We're gonna go to Panda. No. I feel like I'm lagging. Weird. Oh, he's leaving. Okay, I see. He's sleeping. Never mind. All right, so we won't go to Panda. I normally would, but he's going to sleep. So we'll where to go now? Considering that like everyone's like asleep. Let's see. I guess we can go somewhere new. I guess we can go to Blood Farts. What a name, 666 or whatever. Sure, we'll go here. Also, wait, crazy amount of hours she's already streamed. But all right, we'll do that. I said the dog session is mandatory for background music. Hey, I won't I won't deny that. I won't deny that. But yeah, I'll see y'all in some hours from now. And as always, till next time.